few pages. Here we go. House will please be in order. Those persons not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. All members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer today by the gentleman from 34th, Douglas Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will our members and our guests join me as we go to the Lord in prayer? In the book of Nahum 1:7, the Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knows them that trust in him. Heavenly Father, we come to you today thanking you for all the many blessings that you've given us, Lord, because we know all good things indeed come from you. And Heavenly Father, as we're here and we're working for the betterment of the people of West Virginia, let us not forget that there is trouble all around the world. And let us keep that always in the back of our mind, and help us always to keep in mind the people of West Virginia that aren't here today, but are watching and are listening, because we indeed have been placed here for a reason, and that's to do your will and to try to do good for the people we represent. Kind Heavenly Father, I pray that you'll bless every member that's here, the staff, the visitors, everyone that's here, every home that's represented. And I pray to hear, Heavenly Father, that in everything that we say and do, it might honor and glorify you and be for the upbuilding of your kingdom. Watch over us, keep us safe. For this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. If all members and guests will remain standing, we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman from the 5th, Douglas Pethel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would everybody join us in the pledge? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Thursday, March 10th, 2022.
Chairman of the 16th, Douglas Mant.
Yeah, I know.
Chairman of the 16th, Douglas Mant. Does somebody ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read? Gentleman of the 16th, Douglas Linville. Are there objections? No objections are heard. Reading of the Journal will be dispensed with. Lady in the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On third reading, special calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2, committee substitute for Senate Bill 138, Senate Bill 228, committee substitute for Senate Bill 246 and 247, committee substitute for Senate Bill 264, 424, and 486 were moved to the special calendar. On second reading, House calendar, Senate Bill 693 and committee substitute for Senate Bill 659 were moved to the special calendar.
To be clear, the first group of bills read by the lady from the 49th have been moved to the special calendar, to the House calendar. Lady, will please restate the ordering of the calendar again, lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I made the mistake of reading directly from this. On third reading, special calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2, committee substitute for Senate Bill 138, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 246, 247, committee substitute for Senate Bill 264, committee substitute for Senate Bill 424, and 486 were moved to House calendar.
Introductions. Gentleman of the 55th, Douglas Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce our doctor of the day, dear friend of mine, Dr. Carmen Rexroad. Please make her feel welcome.
Gentleman of the 35th, Douglas Capito.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce some pages that are with us today. They actually I'm going to hold off on my introduction. They're not here. If you'll come back to me, thank you.
Gentleman from the 46th, Douglas Burkhammer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce our page today from Lewis County High School, Wesley Palmer, if he would stand. And as well, I'd like to welcome his mother, Deanna Palmer, and his brother, Max, that are here with us, if you can make them feel welcome today.
Gentleman to 14th, take it Walmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here for CTE Day is the Mason County FFA with advisors Amy Miller and Sam Nybert, Brooke Warner, Haven Roush, Caleb Pearson, Kennedy Fisher, Nayla Betchel, and Walker Wood. They're in the South Gallery. Please make them feel welcome.
Lady from 38th, Douglas Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear friend and constituent, Barry Holstein, is up in the gallery. Barry is, as you know, very conscientious about following every vote that the legislature takes, and I'll also mention he lives 2 doors down from me. So, Barry, let's make him welcome.
The gentleman to 27th, Douglas Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Mercer County delegates, we have a young gentleman paging today, Samir Abelhassan from Princeton Middle School, and he's attended by his mother, Rabir Abelhassan. So if they both rise and the House make them feel welcome.
Gentleman to 48th, Douglas Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's pretty cool today that we have some guests. We've had a lot of discussion about our North Central West Virginia Airport, so I'm pleased to introduce you to some of the students that it affects. Joining us in the gallery, if you all would please stand. These are future pilots, future mechanics, future engineers from Harrison County affected by our North Central West Virginia education programs that are joining us. They are part of a class at Bridgeport High School. If you all will please help me make them feel welcome.
Lady number 57th, Douglas Rowan.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all the delegates representing Mineral County, we have paging with us today from Frankfort Middle School, Erica Michaels. She's here today with her mother, Marlene Comer. If they would please stand and the House make them feel welcome.
Gentleman the 18th, Douglas Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a multitude of introductions this morning. In the South Gallery, I have gentlemen from the Operating Engineers Local 132, if they'll stand, Ryan White, Jesse Lemon, James Buchanan, and Terry Burns. Also with us in the South Gallery, we have members from the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 625 here in Charleston. If they would stand, Paul Breedlove, Craig Mosteller, and Fred Chandler. And last but not least, local to me in Local 521, Mr. C.D. Adkins, otherwise known as Piglet, if he would stand, and the House would please make them feel welcome. Thank you.
He does.
Lady in 41st, Douglas Tully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been quite a stir in my county involving our school systems, but for once I'm not talking about politics. Today we are joined by students from the Nicholas County Career and Technical Education Center for Career and Technical Day. These students invite you to come out to check out Good Golly Coffee, which is the latest endeavor from the Career and Technical Education Center, and they are out under the Robert C. Byrd statue serving coffee. So I have in the North Gallery Cambria Neal, Sienna Mosley, Shelby Jackson, Madison Hall, Mariah Blake, and Anthony Winchell, accompanied by Mr. Tom Bayless, who is the Principal and Director of Career and Technical Education in Nicholas County, instructors Kim McPherson and Beth Getty, Ms. Tracy Chenoweth, who is the Career and Technical Liaison with the Southern Educational Services Cooperative, and Ms. Melissa Adkins, Nicholas County Board of Education, in-house counsel and personnel director. So stop by and make my friends welcome, and if they'll stand up in the gallery, if we could give them a hand.
The gentleman to 26, Douglas Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What kind of day would it be without pages from McDowell County? I have two with me today from Riverview High School. The Riverview ladies just recently competed in the state tournament, and we're very proud of them. With me today, I have Miss Morgan Merrick, and she is chaperoned by Mary Dobbs. Mary, if you'd stand up, and Morgan, if you'd stand up. And I also have Daniel Dobbs, and his mother is Mary Dobbs, and they're from Bradshaw, West Virginia. So we're glad to have them today. Thank you so much. Just make them feel welcome.
The gentleman 13th, Delegate Penson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of delegates, myself and Delegate Walmsley, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the 2022 Single A and Double A state wrestling champions joined with us in our South Gallery. I apologize, in our North Gallery. Not only did they win the 2022 state wrestling title, but they have won 4 state wrestling titles in a row. They've won 7 state wrestling titles in the last 12 years. So we have the wrestling team, and then we also have our coaching staff, which I believe is the best coaching staff in the state of West Virginia. Coaches John Bonecutter, assistant coaches Jed Ott, James Casto, Micah Powell, George Smith, and videographer Andrew Lambert. If the 2022 state wrestling champions would stand with their coaching staff in the House, please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman 37, Doug Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the West Gallery, we are joined by, I believe, the entire 5th grade class from Piedmont Elementary. And they are accompanied today by Ms. McCormick, Ms. Legg, Ms. Lastoria, and Ms. Peoples. If the 5th graders would please rise, and with the House, please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman 19th, Doug Booth.
Delegate Griffith and I would like to introduce our pages from Cerrito Canova Middle School. If they'd stand when I announce their name. Judson Rich, Anna Phillips, Braylon Midkiff, and Justin Crum. Would the House please welcome these fine students?
Lady in the 4th, Doug Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in welcoming some building trades folks who have joined us from the Northern Panhandle and North Central West Virginia today. They're in the South Gallery. If they'd please stand when I say their name. Doug Giffen, Andy Hanaski, Calvin Palayan, Albert Zanke, Brian Raber, and Nick Yoko Popich. Please join me in welcoming them. And I apologize. Yeah.
The gentleman 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my honor today to recognize 2 teams from Huntington that have won national championships. The Covenant School Eagles won the High School National Christian Schools Athletic Association 2022 Basketball Championship. The boys team won the national championship, and the girls team were runners-up. They have come today to visit us in the North Gallery, and as I call their name, I'd like them to stand up and then be recognized. On the boys team, we have coaches Lance Herbert, Stacy Shannon. Then we have players Ryan Bilstein, Mark Brown, Tyler Farley, Gabe Hagley, Cam Hamstelter, Ethan Kelly, Trevor Lingenfelter, Tucker Lingenfelter, Gabe Roberts, Sam Roten, Sutton Roten, and Griffin Spaulding. For our girls team, we have head coach Scott Bumgardner and his assistants Rachel Hefner, Daryl Jones, and then we have our players Ella Bumgardner, Faith Jackson, Jada Jones, Samantha Lucas, Emily Nicholas, Eve Roberts, Morgan Smith, Annabella Spaulding, and Kenzie Vanoy. Would the House make our national champions extremely welcome?
The lady in the 51st, Doug Fleshauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On your behalf and on behalf of some people I've gotten to know, I'd like to introduce 3 people in the rear gallery. Their names are Crystal Mersch, who's CEO of Quality Executive Partners, Sandy Church, Whitley Cottrell. They are here because Sandy and Whitley their families work on the pipeline business, and they are very worried about unemployment. And I would like to salute them, have the House make them very welcome.
The gentleman of 51st, Douglas Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got a page with me today. If he would please stand. He's about as cool and bright as a young man as you could hope to ever meet. It's my nephew, Luke Williams Wendell. He's somewhere in the chamber, and he's accompanied today in the West Gallery by his Mima and Papa, my parents, Jacques and Janet Williams. If they would please stand, if the House would give them a warm welcome.
Are there further introductions at this time? If not, the clerk has the availability of a conference committee report.
The conference committee report for committee substitute for House Bill 4333 relating to the sunset of the Board of Hearing Aid Dealers and Fitters shall be available in the clerk's office.
Standing committee reports.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 101, urging Congress to pass Share the Savings legislation, House Resolution 7, urging the United States Congress to increase sustainable forest harvesting on public lands in the state of West Virginia and more specifically the Monongahela National Forest, House Resolution 19, a resolution urging Congress and the President to pass federal legislation to speed up the environmental permitting process on new wells and mines, Senate Concurrent Resolution 4, U.S. Army Specialist 4, Warner Ray Osborne Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 10, U.S. Air Force Technical Sergeant Franklin A. Bradford Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 14, U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Elson M. Kuhn Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 19, U.S. Army Private Thomas D. Beckett Sr. Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 22, U.S. Army Private First Class Clifford O. Eckerd Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 26, U.S. Army Tech 5 William Bill Thurman King Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 36, U.S. Marine Corps Corporal Harry Edward Dean Jr. Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 48, U.S. Army Private First Class Ronald Lee Berry Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 49, establishing Honor Guard in each National Guard unit, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 55, respectfully urging current presidential administration to open federal lease sales onshore and offshore, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted.
That report will be received. Are there further standing committee reports, select committee reports?
Originating in the Select Committee on Tourism and Economic Diversification and reported with the recommendation that they each be adopted, but that they first be referred to the Committee on Rules, are House Concurrent Resolution 104, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the fiscal feasibility of eliminating the motor fuel excise tax, House Concurrent Resolution 105, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study economic policy strategies and incentives for drawing into West Virginia's employers or West Virginia employers employing 50 persons or less located in high tax, high regulation, anti-competitive locations out of state. House Concurrent Resolution 106, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study economic policy strategies and incentives for building intrastate pipelines. House Concurrent Resolution 107, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study ways that allow the West Virginia Economic Development Authority to target companies and have them move to West Virginia without having to go through the legislative process. And House Concurrent Resolution 108, requesting the Joint Committee on Government and Finance study the possibility of combining certain programs related to the West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources, Workforce West Virginia, and the West Virginia Community and Technical College System.
That report will be received, and those resolutions will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Are there further select committee reports? If not, executive messages.
Dear President Blair and Speaker Hanshaw, after submission of my recommended FY 2023 executive budget on January 12, 2022, there are areas that require adjustment. Therefore, pursuant to Section 51, Article 6 of the Constitution of the State of West Virginia, I submit revisions to the FY 2023 budget bill for the following sections. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter. Note that while my introduced budget bill accounted for additional general and lottery revenue appropriations for salary increases to avoid additional base budget growth, any agency-specific legislation relating to salaries passed after my introduced budget bill could potentially be addressed within existing personal services and employee benefits appropriations through the elimination and/or realignment of vacant positions as available and appropriate. Your cooperation is always appreciated. Should you have any questions or require additional information, please call me at any time. Sincerely, Jim Justice, Governor.
That message will be received.
Communications
now with the ending of the session, and a lot of folks, moving around a lot of different ways, but we've lost another 98 people in the state of West Virginia, and that's not good. And it's beyond not good, to tell you the honest truth. And so, with all that being said, I ask if you'll please, in every way, keep these folks in your prayers, and just please don't let them become just a number. But the 6,453rd death in West Virginia is a 72-year-old male from Berkeley County. The 6,454th death, a 51-year-old female from Lincoln County. The 6,455th death, an 82-year-old male from Mineral County. The 6,456th death, a 95-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 6,457th death, a 71-year-old female from Clay County. The 6,458th death, a 78-year-old male from Berkeley County. The 6,459th death, a 73-year-old female from Cabell County. The 6,460th death, a 70-year-old male from McDowell County. The 6,461st death, a 72-year-old male from Jackson County. The 6,462nd death, an 86-year-old female from Mason County. The 6,463rd death, a 79-year-old male from Logan County. The 6,464th death, a 59-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,465th death, a 56-year-old female from Hancock County. The 6,466th death, a 61-year-old female from Berkeley County. The 6,467th death, a 68-year-old female from Berkeley County. The 6,468th death, a 70-year-old female from Lincoln County. The 6,469th death is a 45-year-old male from Morgan County. The 6,470th death is an 83-year-old male from Fayette County. The 6,471st death is a 77-year-old female from Marion County. The 6,472nd death is a 63-year-old female from Jefferson County. The 6,473rd death, a 72-year-old male from Marion County. The 6,474th death, a 74-year-old female from Berkeley County. The 6,475th death, an 86-year-old male from Wood County. The 6,476th death, a 63-year-old female from Fayette County. The 6,477th death, a 74-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,478th death, a 66-year-old female from Preston County. The 6,479th death, a 58-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,480th death, an 83-year-old female from Taylor County. The 6,481st death, a 64-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,482nd death, a 63-year-old female from Cabell County. The 6,483rd death, a 51-year-old female from Monroe County. The 6,484th death, a 56-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 6,485th death, a 68-year-old female from Lewis County. The 6,486th death, a 60-year-old male from Lewis County. The 6,487th death, an 86-year-old male from Greenbrier County. The 6,488th death, a 90-year-old male from Webster County. The 6,489th death, a 69-year-old female from Mercer County. The 6,490th death, a 78-year-old male from Randolph County. The 6,491st death, an 83-year-old female from Taylor County. The 6,492nd death, a 70-year-old female from Upshur County. The 6,493rd death is an 85-year-old male from Upshur County. The 6,494th death, a 61-year-old male from Cabell County. The 6,495th death is an 84-year-old female from Preston County. The 6,496th death is a 72-year-old male from Marion County. The 6,497th death, an 85-year-old male from Tucker County. The 6,498th death, a 66-year-old female from Greenbrier County. The 6,499th death is a 79-year-old male from Putnam County. The 6,500th death is a 78-year-old female from Tyler County. The 6,501st death is a 41-year-old female from Marshall County. The 6,502nd death is a 74-year-old female from Preston County. The 6,503rd death is a 99-year-old female from Marion County. The 6,504th death is a 79-year-old male from Nicholas County. The 6,505th death is a 55-year-old male from Marion County. The 6,506th death is a 90-year-old female from Raleigh County. The 6,507th death is an 84-year-old male from Raleigh County. The 6,508th death is a 91-year-old female from Cabell County. The 6,509th death is a 66-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,510th death is a 46-year-old female from Wyoming County. The 6,511th death is a 70-year-old female from Wyoming County. The 6,512th death is an 82-year-old female from Cabell County. The 6,513th death is a 77-year-old female from Mercer County. The 6,514th death is a 56-year-old female from Lincoln County. The 6,515th death is a 64-year-old male from Ohio County. The 6,516th death, a 94-year-old female from Taylor County. The 6,517th death, a 65-year-old female from Berkeley County. The 6,518th death, a 74-year-old male from Marion County. Hold on just 1 second. Sorry, I'm really sorry. The 6,518th death is a 74-year-old male from Marion County. The 6,519th death is a 59-year-old male from Summers County. The 6,520th death is a 78-year-old female from Fayette County. The 6,521st death is a 72-year-old male from Roane County. The 6,522nd death is a 71-year-old female from Logan County. The 6,523rd death is a 62-year-old male from Logan County. The 6,524th death, a 46-year-old female from Jackson County. The 6,525th death is a 58-year-old male from Berkeley County. The 6,526th death is a 75-year-old male from Wetzel County. The 6,527th death, an 80-year-old male from Taylor County. The 6,528th death, an 85-year-old female from Wayne County. The 6,529th death, a 91-year-old female from Marion County. The 6,530th death, a 78-year-old male from Wayne County. The 6,531st death is an 83-year-old male from Hardy County. The 6,532nd death is an 87-year-old male from Hampshire County. The 6,533rd death is a 74-year-old female from Logan County. The 6,534th death is a 70-year-old female from Logan County. The 6,535th death, an 81-year-old male from Logan County. The 6,536th death, a 74-year-old female from Upshur County. The 6,537th death is an 83-year-old male from Raleigh County. The 6,538th death is an 82-year-old female from Ohio County. The 6,539th death is a 95-year-old male from Wayne County. The 6,540th death in West Virginia is a 102-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,541st death is a 92-year-old male from Fayette County. The 6,542nd death is a 49-year-old male from Clay County. The 6,543rd death is an 82-year-old female from Harrison County. The 6,544th death is a 42-year-old female from Wood County. The 6,545th death is a 43-year-old male from Raleigh County. The 6,546th death is a 73-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 6,547th death is a 69-year-old male from Jackson County. The 6,548th death is a 74-year-old female from Lincoln County. The 6,549th death is an 81-year-old male from Lewis County. The 6,550th death in West Virginia is an 82-year-old male from Marshall County. 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, whatever, out of 98, maybe in their 40s, almost none in their 50s. An awful lot of older people, probably a lot of people that absolutely maybe didn't get their booster shot. We need to do that. We really need to do that, West Virginia. You've got active cases of 1,432. It's the first day under 1,500 since July 23rd of last year. With positive cases of 469, our daily positivity rate is at 2.89. Cumulative rate is still coming down slow, but at 8.34. Recovered cases are a little over 486,000 cases. There's only 312 people hospitalized, but that's 312 too many. 78 in the ICU units and 50 on ventilators. We have 53 of our 55 counties now in the green. I reminded you 1,000 times about your booster shots. You've got to get those. All the vaccine numbers and everything still continue to crawl up ever so slowly. Not nearly fast enough, but we're at 90.1% now, the 65 and olders, 82.9% of the 50 and olders. So slowly but surely, it continues to move up. All the COVID vaccine information's up. I remind you about the free testing. We're down to 109 outbreaks in our long-term care facilities and none in our church community. We have only 53 inmates and 14 staff cases in corrections. I've reminded you over and over, if you're a renter, if you're a landlord, get in touch with us. We may very well be able to get you some federal dollars that may really be able to help you. I remind you about giving blood. I remind you about the Biden administration's, offer to give you 4 free home tests and the N95 mask. I tell you, if you're still kind of on the fence about getting back in the workforce, we need you. We'll give you $1,500 if you can absolutely stay at that job for 8 weeks, and that's our job jumpstart program that we have. At noon today, I'm going to give a really special address and everything. We wanted to give it, to the entire legislature. I do know that the Senate is coming. I hope the House is coming as well, and we're going to do that at noon, and it will be short, and I hope that I'll be able to deliver it right to the point and everything. But there's 3 things, that really and truly what we should be standing for in every way right now. I'll get more into that detail in just a few minutes, but the primary thing is what is going on in Ukraine is absolutely disgraceful beyond belief, and we all know that and everything. But there are so many more components to this, especially in West Virginia, from the standpoint that we absolutely could be the answer to an awful lot of our problems and everything. But I'll address that and everything at that time. I've got an announcement here, that we made. We put it out yesterday and everything that PepsiCo is investing $32.5 million in West Virginia. They're going to build a pair of new state-of-the-art warehouses and distribution facilities, and they're going to have it done by the end of 2022. You know, one's 16.5 million, 100,000 square foot warehouse in Ona, and the other one is 16 million, 70,000 square foot, you know, and that's going into Scott Depot. But one is for Frito-Lay, and the other, I guess, is for all the PepsiCo products and everything. But nevertheless, it's more of just this. Companies coming to West Virginia, Fortune 50, Fortune 500 companies that are coming to West Virginia, and it just gives us more and more and more credibility. These people are going to bring a lot of full-time jobs and everything. It's projected at 185 individuals in Cabell and Putnam counties, and that's all really, really great stuff, and we thank them. We thank them from the bottom of our heart. Homeland Security is gathering up all the body armor that we have as a surplus across our state. A lot of people, you know, from county sheriffs to right on down, are stepping up, and we're sending that body armor on to Ukraine. And the only other thing I've got is a winter weather advisory. I mean, I know it's March, but remember what I said, one robin didn't make spring, and so we still got a little bit of weather to contend with, and so just be careful, and we'll bring you more and more up to date on that. But we could get a few inches of snow, and but that's all I got.
All right, thank you, Governor. Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar, Secretary Bill Crouch with the DHHR, and Dr. Ayn Amjad, our state health officer, are also joining us today and are available for questions. Retired Major General Jim Hoyer had a prior engagement and will rejoin us next week. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. First today, Paul Mullen with WCBC.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. I have a question about where we are in the pandemic and a rating from each of our panel members. A couple of weeks ago, we had the problem with the hospitals potentially being overrun, and I know that would have been a real tough thing, and maybe that would have been the second highest we could be. If we were rating it now on a scale of 1 to 5, where would we be, with 1 being the highest and 5 being the lowest? Thank you.
Well, I'll let our experts answer that one, Paul, but you know, remember, you know, at a point in time where we were really worried about our hospitals overrun, you know, we got to give an awful lot of credit where credit's due. Our National Guard really stepped up, and we can never thank them enough. That's all there is to it. But maybe if Secretary Crouch or Dr. Amjad could do this one.
Yeah, I'll start on if that's okay. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Paul. Our numbers are down to where they were somewhere back around January or so of 2021. Our hospitalizations are 312. We have 78 people in, as the Governor, I think, said, in ICU, and 50 now still on ventilators. So this is not over. We're looking at a great trend. We're moving in the right direction. Our R value is plateaued a little bit somewhere around the 80s. That's good. As you recall, we were way up over 1.3 or 4 at one point, as I recall. So the trend is good. In terms of a ranking from 1 to 5, gosh, we're probably not on the 1 or the 5, but we're dropping down to where we're probably at a 4, hoping to continue a fall. But we're not there yet. We still have this virus to deal with. We still have positive cases. We still have a lot of deaths coming, as the Governor talks about every day. And so we're doing pretty good. We're on the right trend, but we're not quite where we need to be. Any comments? Let me mention, before you start, today is the 2nd anniversary of the World Health Organization declaring this a pandemic. So it it's a good question, Paul, from the standpoint of where we are from where we started. It has been quite a journey. We really want to thank the governor. We started this thing out so strong. I am just kind of stunned at where we started. We refused to follow CDC guidelines with regard to only using 2 pharmacies to vaccinate our folks. We have done a tremendous job. It's a real challenge to balance the population. What's been had some strong feelings with regard to vaccinations and this virus. The governor's done an incredible job at that, and I want to thank him. I also want to thank Clay Marsh and for the governor putting this team together. Just so proud to be part of this. Dr. Amjad has just been phenomenal. Jim Hoyer is incredible. So I want to thank the governor. Again, 2 years today that this was declared a pandemic. So we've gone up and down a couple of times in this mountain. So we hope we're doing better than we were, we know. So but thank you, Governor, for all that. Sorry.
Thanks, but I guess just if we want a ranking, I'll put it around a 4.5 as well, Paul. I think we're on the lower end for now, and hopefully we'll keep it steady at that rating for now as well. Thank you.
And Jordan, come back to me, Paul. I mean, here's my answer. Really and truly, and if you look at, gosh, where we've been, and it's been sad, it's been frustrating, it's been exhausting, it's been all the adjectives that you could possibly come up with, but it's better. It's better. I don't know if we're a 4 or 5 yet, but it's better, a lot better.
All right, thank you, Paul. Next, for our last question, we'll go to Charles Young with WV News.
Hi, this is Charles Young with WV News. I wanted to ask about the future plans for our testing sites. Given everything the experts just said, things continue to trend in the right direction. Our map is looking very green. How long do we anticipate continuing to run the testing sites? I think there's 29 available today that folks could go to. Thank you.
Dr. Marsh, you haven't talked. Talk to us.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Charles. Charles, we continue to assess what we need to provide for the good people of West Virginia. And although we certainly are moving in the right direction, I think you heard that from, Secretary Crouch, certainly from the governor and from Dr. Amjad. We also need to be cognizant that we are not done with the pandemic yet. We see in England, we're seeing an upswing in the number of cases and the number of hospitalizations, which are particularly seen in older people from the United Kingdom. The country of Hong Kong has the highest per capita death rate in the world. And remember, early in the pandemic, they had basically not even a single case or very, very few cases. So we know that the virus is dictating what we do. We are at a point where we have the greatest amount of immune protection that we've seen so far. But we also know that the potency of the vaccines and the potency of immunity to the virus can wane. And we know that our oldest part of our population, while very well vaccinated with first and second shots, really hasn't gotten the number of boosters that we would feel most comfortable with. So I think that having the ability to continue to document cases for right now, as we're starting to see things move in the right direction and going into warmer weather, so we're optimistic that things will continue to settle and to be looking as good as it does today in another few weeks. And I think if that's true, we certainly will consider whether or not we reduce the number of testing places. But for now, I think we still want to keep a very close watch on what's going on. Thank you.
All right, Governor, I'll turn it back to you to close out.
Well, it's hard to imagine, is it not? For all of us. I mean, really, I think I look at Dr. Marsh and Dr. Amjad, and General Hoyer wasn't with us today, but Secretary Crouch, and just I'm seeing them on our little screens here in my office, and I think I don't know how many briefings, but by the blessings of the good Lord, I haven't missed one yet. But at the same time, I look at just the job that all these great people that have been around me have done, and I commend them in every way. I hate it so bad. We've lost 6,550 people, I think, in the state of West Virginia now. And that's really sad, but trust me, it could have been lots and lots and lots worse, and we all know that. We all know that. So all I can do is close out by just saying thank you to all those that have been made me look a lot better than I am, I'm sure. So thank you so much.
Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 528, supplementing and amending appropriations to DHHR Consolidated Medical Services Fund.
Message will be received. Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 528.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 528. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriates $15,625,000 from the unappropriated general revenue surplus balance to the institutional facilities operations surplus appropriation within Department of Health and Human Resources Consolidated Medical Services Fund. The House amendments were purely technical changes to the bill. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 528. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed Senate Bill 570, establishing training for law enforcement and handling individuals with Alzheimer's and dementias.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 570.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 570. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 570 authorizes the development and presentation of a program to assist law enforcement and correction officers to identify and respond to individuals who have Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia. The House amendment removes specific reference to the program being presented by the West Virginia Alzheimer's Association and allowed other qualified approved entities to also do the same. The amendment also made the program mandatory and made several technical changes. The amendment is consistent with the intent of the bill and is supported by all parties involved, including the West Virginia Alzheimer's Association. For those reasons, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 570. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk is prepared. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Committee substitute for the House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 571, declaring certain claims to be moral obligations of the state.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 571.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 571. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House corrected a section heading and made various technical corrections. I urge passage.
Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 571. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare them. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill, we use that to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill in title as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 584 relating to West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 584.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 584. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill relates generally to the West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council, modifying when funds may be converted to grants, removing congressional district limitations, and increasing the cap on annual spending that may be made on the pre-application process to project sponsors, critical needs and filling system subaccount, increasing the cap relating to providing extensions to a water facility or wastewater facility from $1 million to $2 million, and permitting a person or a government agency to pay any overages of an approved project not to exceed the % of the total project cost. House made technical changes and 2 sections of committee substitute, but otherwise it had no impact into the intent or scope of the committee substitute. For those reasons, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 584. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected and having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill in title as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, requiring Consolidated Public Retirement Board to set contributions to Deputy Sheriff's retirement system.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 641.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 641. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment was essentially technical in nature. They allowed 3 things: the Consolidated Public Retirement Board to set county commission contribution levels. It required the level to be set actuarially and provided an effective date. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, The question before the Senate is the Senate concurring the House amendments to Senate Bill 641. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2023, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2023, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July the 1st, 2023. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the Senate amendments as it relates to House Bill 2817, Donated Drug Repository Program.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate amendments to House Bill 2817.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2817. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the bill is to create a donated drug repository program. The proposed bill provides that any person or entity may dispose of an eligible drug by donating it to an eligible recipient. The Senate Health Committee made an amendment removing liability protections for drug manufacturers. The House has inserted this language back into the bill. The Senate concurs in this change since the liability protection of drug manufacturers is language found in other states operating in such programs. I urge passage.
Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the Senate concur in the House amendments to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2817. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clear the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Communications from the executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
There are none.
Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
There are none.
Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 61, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study how public libraries are funded and supported.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 62, requesting Joint Legislative Oversight Commission on State Water Resources study and evaluate quality of water services in West Virginia.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution lie over one day.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 63, requesting Committee on Government Organization study potential economic benefits and regulatory challenges associated with certain outdoor recreational opportunities.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 64, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study effectiveness of local school improvement.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 65 requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study West Virginia Consumer Credit and Protection Act.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Senate Resolution 52, highlighting West Virginia's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strengthen national security and energy independence and supply world energy markets.
Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Logan requests unanimous consent the resolution be taken for immediate consideration, committee reference dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 52, highlighting West Virginia's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strengthen national security and energy independence and supply world energy markets.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry about that. Wasn't prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, this is, as it says, it's a once-of-a-lifetime opportunity for us to show what we can do for this country and for this world and national security. I encourage everyone to vote for this resolution. I think the House is running the same resolution. I think at 12 o'clock there might be a press conference on this. I encourage everyone to vote for it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 55, congratulating Bridgeport High School baseball team for winning the 2021 Class AAA state championship.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 55, congratulating the Bridgeport High School baseball team for winning the 2021 Class AAA state championship.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this is the end of a long session, and this is a fitting end to this session. You know, back in 15, I stood here and brought before this body a resolution that recognized Harrison County as the county of champions. In that year, the Robert C. Byrd High School cheerleaders had won the state championship. Bridgeport High School had won the state championship, including 3 consecutive championships in football. The Bridgeport High School baseball team had won 2 consecutive championships. The Bridgeport High School tennis team had won the state championship. And it goes on and on. Well, I get to follow that up this year, Mr. President, with really an astonishing accomplishment. And I want everybody to think about this. Everybody who played sports, who has ever entered into any competitive activity, knows how hard it is to win a championship. So many things have to go right. You have to have your players healthy. You have to be in the right frame of mind. You have to play grueling games that sometimes come down to the last play. Well, this year, Mr. President, Bridgeport High School won the 2021 State Class AAA Championship. Now, why is that significant? We congratulate teams all the time that win state championships. That's because this is Bridgeport High School's 8th consecutive state baseball championship. 8th consecutive. They won 7 at the AA level. Would have won an 8th, Mr. President, most likely, except for COVID, it was canceled. And by 1 student, they got pushed into Class AAA. 1 student, the smallest AAA school in the entire state. Everybody said, that's it for state championships for Bridgeport. Not only did they go on to have a tremendous 34-4 season in AAA, but they beat the Hurricane Redskins, who were the perennial champions of AAA baseball. And it was an unbelievable game, down 3-1. They came back to score runs in 4 consecutive innings to win that championship. I think that this is a special resolution because it's so unique to win that many consecutive championships in anything, whether it be Little League or Babe Ruth, let alone AAA baseball. And their coach, Robert Shields, is a winner, Mr. President. He has taken every team, sometimes with talent that is not at the absolute top, and he's turned those teams into champions. And Mr. President, I urge a yea vote on this resolution in recognition of that unbelievable accomplishment of 8 straight consecutive baseball championships, including the last one at AAA, Mr. President, and I request the yeas and nays.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is adoption of the resolution. The yeas and nays have been demand sustained. The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare to proceed. Senator from Wyoming, how do you wish to vote? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask unanimous consent that the very pointed and lengthy remarks by the senator from Harrison be printed in the appendix of journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Senate Resolution 56, recognizing James Monroe High School Mavericks Youth Leadership Association students for their participation in Harvard University Model United Nations Conference.
Senator from Greenbrier.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 56, recognizing James Monroe High School Mavericks Youth Leadership Association students for their participation in Harvard University Model United Nations Conference.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I already had the chance to introduce these fine young folks earlier. They've had to get back to work to Model UN conference at the University of Charleston. We just want to say again how proud I am. I mean, think about it. This is Monroe County, West Virginia, one of our smallest counties. They've gone to Harvard and won a Model United Nations conference. It really is a stunning achievement. Perhaps on par with 8 state baseball championships in a row. And I urge support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted.
Senate Resolution 57, congratulating Point Pleasant High School Black Knights wrestling team for winning the 2022 Class AA state championship.
Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 57, congratulating Point Pleasant High School Black Knights wrestling team for winning the 2022 Class AA state championship.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will really be brief this time since I gave a lot of the introduction in the beginning. But to recognize these young men and their coaches again, they're 2022 AA state champions. This is their 4th consecutive state championship, their 7th state championship under this coaching team. They outscored the state runner-up, Fairmont Senior, I'm not sure whose district that is, but state runner-up, 233 points to 116.5 points. It's nearly double. USA Wrestling Magazine has ranked Point Pleasant High School as 48th strongest wrestling team in the nation. And I'm proud of my friend, Coach Bonecutter, and his assistant coaches, because I watch day in, day out how much heart and soul he puts into this team. He doesn't just focus on the wrestling aspect of it, but he teaches them a lot about life. And I think every young man up there in that gallery will agree to that they put a lot of time into them. And they've really created a West Virginia wrestling dynasty. So I'm going to ask for the yeas and nays, and please adopt this. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is no way I can improve upon the comments from the junior senator from the 4th, so I'm just going to ask for unanimous consent that the remarks that she made go in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Further discussion? The question is on adoption of the resolution. Roll call has been demands sustained. The demand is sustained. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare them. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent. More than a majority of those voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed Senate Bill 731, making supplementary appropriation to Department of Tourism, Tourism Workforce Development Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriation creates a new budgetary item, Department of Tourism, Tourism Workforce Development Fund, and increases federal spending authority in the federal coronavirus pandemic appropriation within this new item in the amount of $5,148,017. This spending authority allows for expenditures from the U.S. EDA's Travel, Tourism, and Outdoor Recreation Program and will be used to coordinate efforts between the Department of Tourism, Higher Education Policy Commission, Department of Education, and the Governor's Office to train and develop prospective new entrants into the tourism field and provide continuing education for hospitality industry personnel. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, this shall the bill pass. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 732, making supplementary appropriation to Hospital Finance Authority, Hospital Finance Authority Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental creates a personal services and employee benefits appropriation within the Hospital Finance Authority Fund and increases special revenue spending authority within this appropriation by $10,000. This spending authority will allow for the proper accounting of a temporary director for the Hospital Finance Authority. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, this shall the bill pass. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 733, supplementing and amending appropriation to Executive Governor's Office. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Mr. President. This supplemental realigns funds within the Governor's Office General Revenue item. First, the current expenses appropriation is decreased by $10,000. Second, $10,000 is appropriated to a new equipment appropriation. This supplemental has a net zero effect on the fiscal year 2022 budget. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Senator from Wetzel? Senator from Wetzel, how do you vote? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1 p.m.
Are there announcements? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Request unanimous consent to address the Senate.
Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a point of personal privilege here to acknowledge my brother. My brother will tomorrow be inducted into the West Virginia Soccer Hall of Fame. And I want to I'll be very brief. Jeff Johnson loves it when we say that. Tomorrow, in 1978, and prior to that, my brother was an exchange student in Denmark. And he learned to play soccer. He came back and he started doing soccer and playing soccer and inducting soccer, to teach soccer everywhere. Starting the Wayne County Youth Soccer League, was at Marshall and played on the club team. But he is tomorrow getting inducted into the Soccer Hall of Fame. And I wanted to publicly recognize my brother. There's only two of us, thank goodness. I know you're all happy about that. But my brother really deserves this, and I really appreciate the acknowledgement from the West Virginia Soccer Association, and congratulations to my brother Tom.
Senator from Cabell.
As the old saying goes, you think he's bad, you ought to see his brother. No, I wish unanimous consent that the eloquent remarks of the senior senator from the 5th be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Are there announcements? Okay. Motion from the senior senator from the 17th, we stand in recess till 1 p.m. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate's in recess till 1 p.m.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 23 ayes, 77 nays, and 0 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that amendment lost. Clerk will please report the next amendment.
Delegate Scaff moves to amend the bill on page 8, line 30. Following the period at the end of section 8 by adding a new subdivision or subsection F that reads as follows. F, as a condition of receiving state funding as either capital or surplus, the company nor its executive officers may engage in political activity, including campaign contributions or funding of political related organizations such as state or federal political action committees and separate segregated funds, non-connected committees, hybrid political action committees, or leadership political action committees, or similar entities. If the company does engage in political activities, all state monies provided to the company shall be repaid to the state within 365 days.
The question is on the amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the amendment? Gentleman of 35th, Douglas Scaff, as the sponsor of the amendment, is recognized to speak first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you all. And this is quite simple amendment. Does nothing to the intent of the bill. Just preserves the integrity of what we're trying to do here. We shouldn't treat this entity any different in how we spend state money. State money is not allowed to be spent on political action committees or campaigns. This is $50 million of state money. Doesn't do anything to the intent of the bill. Just asking that executives and all their officers don't engage in political activity, just like we do everything else. I'd encourage your adoption.
Gentleman number 64th, Douglas Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to urge rejection because I'm going to tell you what the amendment will do. The amendment would statutorily limit the private company's First Amendment rights. By the amendment, this company might also be prohibited from asking the legislature for changes to the statute or for additional funds required by the Insurance Commission. For those reasons, I urge rejection.
The question is on the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, shall recognize the sponsor of the amendment, Douglas Scaff, to close debate on the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thought you might say that, but I would just point out in various places of code, we limit political speech and involvement. Right now, various places of state code. We're not doing anything different here. As an example, state police can't participate, political activity. Public employees. How many of you sent out fundraising cards that says, public employees, please disregard? That's what I'm talking about here. I'm just trying to preserve the integrity of what we're trying to do, help these coal companies out, do that. That's fine. But like the gentleman from the 51st said before, may or may not have to repay these funds. Who decides that? We probably have a chance to decide if they repay these funds or not. Now, all of a sudden, political contributions show up. I'm not saying political contributions make a difference on how you vote or not. I would never say that. But they may. They may. I'm just trying to uphold the integrity of what we're trying to do here, treat this organization, treat taxpayers' money and state dollars for this entity just like we do everything else. Legislature has the authority to place conditions on any person, entity, anything like this, mining mutual company, which uses government funds. It's okay to limit their political speech because we currently do it with everything else. I'd encourage you to think hard about this before you vote. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Question is, shall the amendment be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 27 ayes, 72 nays, and 1 member absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares the amendment lost. The clerk will please read the bill a third time.
Senate Bill 1, creating Mining Mutual Insurance Company.
The gentleman from the 64th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to create the Mining Mutual Insurance Company. The bill provides for a board of directors to govern the operation of the company. There shall initially be a provisional board, and the bill provides for their qualifications to serve and initial terms. The company would be subject to regulation by the insurance commissioner. They must file their charter and bylaws and apply for a license. The commissioner has the power to determine the initial capital and surplus requirements and monitor economic viability. An account is created to receive funds transferred from the DEP, which will be appropriated. Our treasurer and the DEP will then transfer $50 million to the Mining Mutual as initial capital. This will be a no interest loan and paid back as reclamation activities are completed. That's the summary of the bill. I urge passage.
Question is on the adoption, on passage of the bill. Those in favor, is there debate on the bill? The gentleman from the 19th, Doug Griffith, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, would you yield for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I guess we're doing this because the states allows companies to self-bond, and because with the slowing of the coal production, there's not enough in the reclamation fund to cover the costs. Is that correct?
That could be, yes.
Okay. Well, where did the $50 million figure originate? How was that decided on how to seed this?
It came across to us from the Senate, so I can't answer that.
Okay. Was there a study that you know of that tried to analyze this situation?
There was a legislative auditor report that was given to post-audit division, and there was 11 findings in that report, and they talked about how the special reclamation funds were at risk because one company had currently 67% of the risk. So if that company, if those coal operators were to forfeit those bonds, that could put all of our reclamation funds in danger.
Okay. And this $50 million is just an initial amount. It's possible that we would have to revisit this, and to keep this going, take more taxpayers' dollars to accomplish that?
Yeah, only if the legislature would ever appropriate more money. Right now, maybe the $50 million is enough seed money to get the new company started and to get in there and reduce the risk. That's the key to this whole process that we're having here with Senate Bill 1.
Okay, and what if the insurance company defaults? What happens then?
If the insurance commission,
if the insurance company can't keep up with this and they default, where does that put the taxpayers?
I don't understand. Are you talking about the new surety company that's been set up?
Yes.
If they were to default, the insurance commissioner, I think there's enough teeth in the bill. Let me find that section here for you. Give me 1 second. So the insurance commissioner has the sole discretion to determine the capital and the surplus funds of the company and to monitor the economic viability of the company during its initial operation and duration of no less than on a monthly basis. So the insurance commissioner is going to be reviewing this company on a monthly basis, it says. Yes, and also to limit the amount of bonds that they can give out. It says the company shall furnish the commissioner with all information and cooperate in all respects necessary for the commissioner to perform the duties. That's kind of the teeth of the bill, that the insurance company will be monitoring this new company on a monthly basis.
Well, and as they do so, and it begins to look like they're not able to keep up with the obligations that we're trying to accomplish here, would that be a moment when they would come before the legislature for help again?
I don't believe the new company will go in and start taking high-risk bonds. I think they're going to come in at a slower start and not take those risky bonds to help alleviate some of the pressure that's on the market and within the industry. So, I mean, I don't foresee a problem.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, may I speak first?
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
I think what we're seeing here, though, if that begins to happen, that they're having that difficulty, that the taxpayers are not only going to be put at risk, but we're going to have to return to this and repeat this. And as that plays out, it bothers me that we're going to create a situation whereby we're helping create with our taxpayers' dollars a company to try to help companies who couldn't get bonded to begin with. We're creating something for those who have already failed because of their financial status, and these things are going to happen. And so I speak in opposition to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman at 27th, Dr. Gerhardt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm somewhat reluctant to take the microphone today because I'm a tad beyond my depth when it comes to creating companies that take $50 million worth of capital, or frankly, in bonding circumstances. I struggle with my little company just to buy a surety bond on occasion. So this is a tad beyond my depth. But I have spent a couple of years here, even as a freshman. I've been around the block a little bit here. And at Saturday's Finance Committee meeting, we discussed this bill. And there was something rare that happened. The Senate President was in the committee room. And I think that's great. He has championed this bill. Senate Bill 1, it's obviously come from his mind. And he was called to the podium to discuss the bill, defend the bill, if you will, go over information on it. And I thought he did a tremendous job. He was very eloquent. He indicated what this company would do and how he had come up with the idea and why it was important. But as I sat there, I looked around a little bit, and I went out in the hall just a little bit, and I was trying to figure who wasn't there. Because I've been here for bills that were important in education for teachers. And by golly, when the teachers are affected, if you go up by the committee room, they're out and they're making their case. They're outside the committee room, they're talking to people. They're interested, they're fired up, they have an interest. But this particular bill is of interest to the coal industry. And we all know that the coal industry has lobbyists and company representatives are in this Capitol frequently. But as I looked around, there was no one there advocating for this bill from the coal industry. Now, there was nobody there downing it either, okay? But there was no one that was there that was saying that this is really something we got to do and this is why and we're going to go out of business or we're going to lose money or it's problematic. At the committee meeting, when most interest parties in big type bills are there, the coal industry just took a pass on advocating for this particular bill. I found that to be curious at best. Also, in the presentation from the Senate President, he indicated that he got this idea from a post-audit committee report and indicated that 60% of the business in this market was written by one company. Now, I'm not a regular daily advocate of page-to-page the Wall Street Journal, but I don't recall seeing a bonding company that writes this kind of business being reported in any kind of financial distress. I don't recall there being a major bankruptcy here. I think what we have here is just an imbalanced market that currently works. I don't know of any of these bonds that have been purchased that have not been paid. I don't see any bankruptcies. So while the post-audit report, I think, did what it was supposed to do and indicated a caution, I don't know that it indicated an immediate action that would require us to put $50 million into forming a private enterprise that's going to compete with the companies that are currently in that business and that are currently not having any distress. Some other things that might be of concern to you. In questioning, it became very obvious that this company that we form can write bond business anywhere. They can write bond business for coal mines in Virginia, Kentucky, Wyoming. They can do this business anywhere that they want to. And we could potentially be taking on risk, our company that we form, from business written for states that we're not involved with. That we have only the kinship of the mining industry. I think the other thing that might be important to know that another player in this particular market that isn't distressed potentially could lower this price, which is a good thing, but it also could put mining companies that are more risky in the business. Now they have the ability to purchase this bonding. They decide, whoo, let's get in the coal mine business. We know what has happened in the history of West Virginia for folks that didn't know anything about mining, that just had some capital and decided to get into it. Now they get into it, they go bust opening a coal mine, and we do have stress on the mine reclamation fund because we have weak operators that aren't able to take care of the obligations set forth before them, as opposed to the folks that are in the business now that are doing a good job, that are mining coal, that are putting it out, that are paying their taxes, and aren't distressing this mine reclamation fund that we talked about. You have to give due credit to the Senate President. He's been proactive with this bill. He's trying to solve a problem. But I'm not certain that the problem is close enough to us yet that we should put out $50 million. And when I say put out $50 million, folks, let's rest assured, I would compare that $50 million to a loan that I give to my daughter. I have 3 daughters. Trust me, I've made a few loans to those daughters. They're the sweetest girls on the face of the planet. I'd do anything in the world for them. But when I loan money to my daughter, if I get it back, I'm a happy guy. But for the most part, I hand them the money recognizing it's a gift. This is probably a $50 million gift. And I'm not quite certain in the scope of what we're doing here and what we're trying to accomplish and return money to taxpayers and fund the essential services of government that this is the proper move that we should make right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to say it, Senate President is a friend, and I like him a tremendous amount, and I know he cares a lot about this bill, but I would urge rejection. Thank you.
The gentleman with the 10th, I got Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get titled sometimes because of being here in the past as unofficial historian for certain issues. That's how I get unofficial. But the gentleman from the 8th, and the gentleman from the 5th that I've served with in the past, you know, it's a funny thing. We talk about seed money. Well, back in 1988, 89, there was a conference of the Vice Chairman of the Judiciary and myself and some others to talk about workers' comp reform. And with a little latitude, a little history lesson here, eventually what had to happen because of that, there was eventually money set aside, seed money again, to set up Brick Street, to allow West Virginia businesses to stay in business and quit being confronted with things like mandalitis. And a lot of you that are older understand what mandalitis was. Though we as employers were paying into the workers' comp fund, we are still being sued by our employees because of quote-unquote mandalitis decision that the Supreme Court, our state Supreme Court, had put on us. And because of that, we had insurance companies that were looking at us in my business that said, not only do you have to have workers' comp, now you're going to have mandalitis coverage that no place else in the country has, but we're going to have to help you get this and find this for you. So we solved a problem on our own years later by setting up Brick Street. And it was because of the seed money we had put out there that it worked. And look at it today. Now, all of us have the opportunity to go out in the private market conditions and buy our workers' comp insurance at a greatly reduced price. For my business, my family business of 80 plus years, we're in a classification called stevedoring, which is very high risk in the marketplace. And so it's important that we find insurance to cover our employees in case of an accident. Years before that time, when we talked about workers' comp, there was a problem before I actually got here, in 1986 for physicians. And they were having the same problem finding liability insurance and malpractice insurance. And in Parkersburg, we had people leaving. We had physicians leaving the area because they couldn't get insurance. Eventually, we set up a physicians mutual, which I believe is still around today even. But we, again, seed money to that to help that get started. So these are the things that we as West Virginians have figured out solutions on our own to take care of unique problems for our state. This is simply another situation where we have got to take care of ourselves. We are going to be, in the future, an energy state. Just because of the parameters put on us by outside forces and by people that do not understand that they need energy. We have people that don't want us to do what we do in energy. And that's not right. We are going to be there for the near future and the long future in energy. And this is a component that we need to make sure we're there. I urge passage.
The gentleman, the 50th, Garcia.
Would the chairman of finance yield, please? So, in hearing the gentleman from the 27th talk about how this mutual could sell insurance or bonds outside the state, so is that correct?
Right now, the bill is addressed, they have to be a domestic company. In fact, let me read it to you here.
Okay.
The company shall remain for the duration of its existence a domestic mutual insurance company owned by its policy holders and may not be converted into a stock corporation or any other entity not owned by its policy holders.
Okay, so that just talks about that they have to be a domestic company.
Yes.
Now, they can do business with mines that are outside of the state of West Virginia, though, correct?
That's at some future point, as long as they comply with that state's regulatory
Okay, but there's nothing prohibiting them from doing all their business outside the state of West Virginia, is there, in this bill?
The gentleman's correct.
Okay. And again, we're giving $50 million of taxpayer money that theoretically could be used only for mine situations outside the state of West Virginia.
Now, I would argue that we're loaning because, once again, if there are reclamation problems that need to happen, they will provide those reclamation services, and that keeps the taxpayer off the hook.
Okay. Thank you. Just speak very briefly. Trying to listen to the debate today, and this is one of those bills that I came in here today a little bit unsure about. But I am a little uncomfortable with the idea that we're going to be using taxpayer money for a private company that really can take that money and go outside the state of West Virginia instead of requiring that it only be used to fix the problems that we have here in the state to the extent that those exist. So I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
The gentleman who is 16th, Doug at Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 1 today for a number of reasons. In response to the gentleman from the 27th's discussion there that Cole wasn't at the Finance Committee meeting, they were at the public hearing. And the Coal Association did come out in favor of Senate Bill 1. Now I'm going to try to walk everybody through this bill for just a moment. The Senate President read the audit report, and I'd like to quote the audit report. Indemnity National Insurance Company holds approximately $620 million in coal mining reclamation bonds, which is roughly 67% of the total. Indemnity held $125 million in reclamation bonds for ERP, a coal company operating in West Virginia. And when ERP walked off the job in March 2020, they were concerned that they may go bankrupt, and then that their bankruptcy in trying to forfeit just $125 million of bonds. DEP was concerned that that may make this one company go bankrupt. $125 million when they've got $600+ million out. Now, who's left holding the bag? Who's left holding the bag if they go bankrupt and they can't pay those bonds? The state of West Virginia's Mining Reclamation Fund. That's who. The taxpayers and this legislature. That's who. So the reality is that we have a significantly larger than $50 million liability. So I want you to think about that for a second. Everybody's saying, hey, is this going to be paid back? We argue yes, so on and so forth. The liability is a heck of a lot more than $50 million. There's been some discussion in this room today that we would somehow choose to enable this simply so that some more risky bondholders could be insured, or risky projects could be insured, risky companies. This is a mutual company that's being set up here, much like was set up for the physicians, and much like was set up for workers' comp. A mutual means that it's owned by the policyholders. It's owned by the policyholders. Do you think the other policyholders want to bring in crazy additional risk that they're then all of a sudden on the hook for as the owners of the company? That doesn't make any sense. It's not logical. So that argument just doesn't hold water. The next thing that I would say is that there's been some concern or trepidation because the Senate President has attempted to do something largely original in this space. Now, he modeled it after things that we've done in two other significant problem areas in the past. But I would argue, and I've heard it in this building this year a little bit, right? Who requested this bill? Whose idea was this? Who drafted this? Did the executive request this bill? Did the agency not come to you with this bill? No, this is original work by the Senate President, something that he spent months on, that he brought people together on, and he said, how do we solve this problem? I don't want the state to be on the hook for $1 billion. That's what the Senate President said. Now, you can like him or not like him, but the guy's doing original work on this. I get a lot of that same criticism sometimes in some of my bills. It's not model legislation from somebody else. It's something that I actually opened up a Word document and started typing. Ladies and gents, I would tell you that the Senate President has endeavored to do something good here, that the risk to the state of West Virginia is significantly greater than $50 million. What have we got to lose? Pass the bill.
Gentleman, 36nd row is recognized.
Thank you. If the Chair of Finance would help me. Yes. Is this company subject to our usual governmental open meetings law and open documents law?
No.
For you?
It's a private company.
All right. And the board of directors can set their own salary, correct?
I guess the gentleman's correct, as long as the insurance commissioner would be fine with that.
All right. Now, does the company report each year its finances and the salaries of the board, that sort of thing?
Well, the bill says that the company must report monthly, on a monthly basis, to the insurance commissioner.
Okay, and that would include information about their salary and bonding and so on, right?
Yeah, it basically says right here, give me 1 second. It says the company shall furnish the commissioner with all information and cooperate in all respects necessary for the insurance commissioner to perform the duties set forth in this section. And that's on page 6. And it can include expenses.
Okay. Now, as I understood your answer to the gentleman's question about the out-of-state operations, this company can issue a bond on a company for a mine in Kentucky, correct?
Could the gentleman repeat his question? I'm sorry.
Okay. And an additional answer you gave, as I recollect, was that the policyholders, which would include the company in Kentucky, would be the owners of the mutual company.
Gentleman's correct. And keep in mind, too, to the gentleman, the current company that has 67% of the bonds tied up in West Virginia is an out-of-state company. This bill attempts to set up an in-state surety company.
Right. But it's not limited to just in-state.
No, you're correct. But keep in mind, the company that has over 65% or 67% is an out-of-state company now.
Yeah. But the $50 million in taxpayers' dollars are from West Virginia.
And that $50 million is going to be used to fund an in-state surety company, which makes a big deal.
Okay, only in-state mine reclamation?
Well, no, but they could expand out, but why would we want to limit growth or, I mean, prosperity and all those items that come along with growing a business?
So but the $50 million in taxpayer money is going to be liable for reclamation in other states, or it can be if the bonds are
It can be,
raised.
but keep in mind the company has to report to our insurance commissioner on a monthly basis.
Right. Now, it's my understanding that DEP has substantial funds for mine reclamation. They would not be involved in this at all, correct?
The gentleman's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Lady from the 35th, Doug Young is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't planning on talking about this today, but I've heard some things that I'm a little confused about. The first one is, I want to remind everyone that the Senate President is not on the ballot. This is not about whether we like him or not. I think we like him. I think he's very smart. This is not about him. I think he's done a lot of work here, but we're talking about this bill, not about him. So let's please not do that. I have some concerns. Well, first of all, I was at the public hearing. A lot of us were at the public hearing. The Coal Association said they support the Special Reclamation Fund. They never said they supported this bill. In fact, they specifically said in an email, we question the need or desirability at this time. So they don't support this. I'm still not sure who does, other than a few people that have risen to do so. I urge everyone to read the findings in this bill. One specifically says that this company will provide a continuing source of funds to accomplish this. I know this is a one-time $50 million. That's more than I'm comfortable with, but the findings specifically say we have to keep funding this. I know we appropriate money as we do, but it's in the findings that we need to keep doing this. Paying back the loans. Here's an analogy that I'd like you all to think about. You get student loans for college, right? You get student loans. At the end of that, what do? You pay it back in money. You don't get your degree and say, I got it, my loan's forgiven. That's not how that works. You pay it back. We're going to have to pay this back. We talk a lot about picking winners and losers in here, and I do think that's what this mining mutual is going to do, but we're just going to be picking losers because people who can get bonds, they don't need this. This is for people who can't get bonds. This is only insuring high-risk people that people don't want to insure for good reason. This isn't about killing coal. This is crazy. The issue is with the Special Reclamation Fund. I'm excited that we're talking about it and that we haven't done a thing with the Special Mining Reclamation Fund since 2001. The way it gets funded, 27.96 cents. That's a tax per ton of coal. It's very low. Bonds only cover 10% of the reclamation cost. The Special Rec Fund is set up in a way to fail. It's never going to be solvent because why would it be? You're only paying 27 cents. It doesn't fully accumulate all the things we need. The audit last year about the Special Rec Fund, which is the problem we're trying to solve here, had a lot of good recommendations.
Does Lady yield? The lady's point is well taken. The chair, frankly, can't hear either. So if everyone would please be respectful of all of our colleagues, it's going to be a long day anyway. So let's all be respectful today. Lady can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my friend. I'm almost done. The Special Rec Fund, we need to do more for the Special Rec Fund. There's a lot of recommendations in the post-audit report that came out last year, and I hope that we will try to do that. Some of the things they say are to raise the price on how much we should be charging per ton of coal. I know a lot of us don't want to do that because that actually would hurt coal companies. But if we want to keep the fund solvent, we're going to have to do something. Other states will have bonds that are equal to the amount that they need to cover the reclamation. We don't do that. We've short-sold ourselves for decades, and we need to fix the problem while keeping these companies solvent. This is tricky. It's hard to do, and I applaud the Senate President for trying to do so. I just agree with my friend from the 27th that this isn't the way to do it. So I hope you'll join me in voting no. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 9th, Doug Kimes, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair from Finance yield?
Yes.
So when you're answering questions earlier, you mentioned that you didn't think this new insurance company would take on the highest risk entities.
Gentleman's correct.
So is there anything in the bill that requires the new company to take all business? Can they turn people away?
I mean, they are a private company, so they could, yes.
And so I think you may have alluded that you thought they would they'd be responsible and they would take on good business, to paraphrase what you said.
I think they would take on profitable business. I don't expect them to take on a bunch of high-risk ventures, because that wouldn't be very profitable for the company.
And since the time the Special Reclamation Fund was set up, has it ever been in a deficit?
No.
If this new company was set up and it was successful, and there was a cataclysmic event in our economy that caused our coal companies to all go bankrupt, maybe the federal government bans coal mining and all of our coal companies go bankrupt, is there anything that would stop this company from going bankrupt?
Nothing would stop anybody, but keep in mind the reason that we're trying to, what we're trying to do here with Senate Bill 1 is there's about $838 million worth of bonds out, and if we could spread that risk around and shore that up, that would be a positive thing for the taxpayers.
So in the event that if this company were to go bankrupt, would the backstop for that still be the Special Reclamation Fund?
I think it would be a lot harder for this company to go bankrupt than the other 5 major players that are currently out there now. And the reason why is the insurance commissioner will be, they have to report to the insurance commissioner on a monthly basis. So I don't think that the insurance commissioner will allow them to take these high-risk bonds, and I think this company will probably be okay.
In the event that if it's not okay and this company were to go bankrupt, would the result still be picked up by the Special Reclamation Fund?
I don't believe that this company will go bankrupt because of all the teeth in the bill that requires this company to report monthly to the insurance commissioner.
All right, thank you. So there's been a lot of talk about this company going to take on this bad business and maybe leave the taxpayers with the bill. Now, you guys know I'm a business owner. I support the coal industry a lot. I vote for a lot of economic development stuff. But in this case, we're taking, and back up, a lot of times the examples of workers' comp and physician mutuals brought up. In both of those cases, there was no current participating market participant in the market. So we set these companies up to get the market started. In this case, there are current participants in the market. The market is functioning. If we set this company up, there is a possibility that they will take the good business and be successful. What could the consequences of that be? They could harm the current market participants and force them into an illiquid situation. And we could end up in the same situation that we are now, with the ultimate backstop being this reclamation fund. I don't see how this is solving the problem. I do see, and everyone I've talked to indicates that I'm right, that this could actually cause a problem. Ultimately, the fund has been solvent since the 70s. Currently, it's not in a situation of being in a deficit where the taxpayers are putting money in. I think that we should really think about this, what we're doing to the market as it's currently, that the current participants are functioning in. And I think that before we go trying to solve a problem, we might want to try to come up with a solution where it could create other problems that basically doesn't solve the problem, but actually creates problems and does no good in the end, because the taxpayers are still going to be on the hook for the Special Reclamation Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 37, Doug Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the unofficial historian
the Vice Chair of Finance yield for just a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. You spoke earlier about that. Were you a member of the body when they created the medical malpractice? Was it Physicians Mutual? Was that what you were speaking about earlier?
In 1986, the year prior to my appointment, there was a crisis. There was a medical crisis at that point, and I remember that the speaker at the time was from Parkersburg, and there was a lot of pressure from the medical community at that time because we were losing physicians in Parkersburg. They were packing up and leaving both hospitals and closing practices in Parkersburg to leave the state because of the malpractice situation.
Mm-hmm. So when that Physicians Mutual was created and the seed money that came from the state, was there a requirement for that seed money to be paid back?
I wasn't involved at that time, but I do believe that I think that practice was set up at that time in that way, similar to the Brick Street situation.
So with Brick Street also, there was a requirement for that money to be paid back, and it has been paid back, correct?
Correct.
For both Physicians Mutual and Brick Street.
Yeah,
there were requirements in the law.
I believe so.
The requirements in the law for the money to be paid, seed money to be paid back, and it was paid back.
Yes, sir.
Right. In this bill, there are no requirements for the money to be paid back.
Well, there is in the note. In that note, meaning that is a negotiable item, that a bank or somebody will lend you money and you sign a note. And that means that there has to be payback provisions in the note. So either because of the note instrument or where it says shall be used for credits, they could do either one.
Okay. Well, is there a requirement that the companies that could be bonded by this would actually be operating in West Virginia?
I couldn't.
Is there a requirement that any of the companies bonded would be operating in West Virginia?
All it says that it has to be a domestic.
West Virginia.
That means meaning domestic, meaning it has to be in West Virginia. The base.
Domestic?
Yeah, a mining mutual insurance company may be created as a domestic, private, non-stock corporation of this state.
Of this state.
Is how the bill reads.
Okay. Would they have to be operating here? Would they have
Yes, they
here?
would have to be operating here.
Okay, thank you for yielding.
Thank you.
I just briefly, I mean, to me, I actually, I'm in agreement with the gentleman from 8th, from the 9th, that I'm a little bit concerned about what this is doing is socializing risk. It's exactly what it's doing. So I will be voting against this, and I'm not one to throw labels around too much, but so what it appears to be is a socialization of risk.
The gentleman from the 25th, Doug Painter, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to come at it from a little different angle on this. I'm going to support this bill, and I'll tell you why. Because over all the years, coal mining's had a pretty good run, but it's getting harder by the day for it. You got banks, they won't fund projects on it. And I know this firsthand because I've tried to get involved in a project with a little gas outfit buying into it, and nobody would even talk to me about a loan on it. And this was an easy standalone project. Now, the way things are progressing, any day now, you can see pressure to start getting put on these bond companies. Hey, we're not going to insure any energy projects. Don't think it could happen, just look at the banks. This is a good proactive approach to prevent that. Well, we can't prevent it, but we can have something in place to help when it happens. It's not if, it's when. Because make no mistake, they're going to come after the bonds too, because that's backdoor way to shut it down as well. Under normal times, I would probably hate this bill, and I still have reservations. There's been a lot of good arguments made on it, but the way things are now and the way things are going, I'm going to have to support this because we may end up having to rely on this, and probably will have to end up relying on this. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I find myself speaking on a bill that I really didn't think I was going to speak on early in the session, but there's something about this bill that caught my eye. Maybe it's because it's about coal mining. I grew up in the coal mine fields. I'm a child of the coal fields. I grew up so close to Boone County. I think the gentleman from the 23rd is my delegate most days. Maybe it was the $50 million, which where I grew up is a lot of money, and it's still a lot of money. And maybe it was the mutual, because I've had a lot of experience around insurance companies during my career. But for whatever reason, I followed this bill, and again, I'm not in finance. I'm in judiciary and health, and as I tell people often, in legislative thought or process, that makes a lot of sense to put a CPA on judiciary. But anyway, I'm kind of curious and been watching this. And I enjoyed the conversation back and forth and debates and hearing from folks. I have just an amazing respect for the gentleman from the 64th and the gentleman for the 10th, who, like me, has been around a long, long time and seen a lot of things happen in the state of West Virginia and in this building. But I think I'd like to leave you with just a few things, just a few comments on this bill. First of all, unlike some of the situations of the past, what we've been talking about this afternoon now, is the potential of a crisis. That there may be a problem somewhere down the road, somewhere in the future. The potential, but we don't have a crisis today. But we do have, and we would like for the bonds to be spread out between more of the market, more market participants, but the private sector's determined for whatever reason not to do that. I think I also hear that this company can do this better than the private sector, but there's really no explanation as to how that could happen or how it would happen. And we're talking about a different type of insurance than we're talking about with medical malpractice or workers' comp. In this market, when you get a bond, it's basically a performance bond. It says if you don't do what you're supposed to do, then the company will step in and do it for you. So these bonds are priced based upon your financial solvency. The more solvent you are, the easier it is to get these bonds, and the cheaper the bonds are. The more risky you are, the less solvency, the harder to get, and the more expensive to get. That's the way that market works. That's not how the medical malpractice market works. It's not how the workers' comp market works. We had a little bit of discussion about whether the coal industry is for it or against it. I don't know, but no one reached out to me. Not the first coal company, not the first coal lobbyist. Maybe it's because it's a potential crisis, but not a real crisis. Excuse me. Like the gentleman from the 10th, I was around in Physician Mutual time. And that was a different situation. It was a situation where our physicians could not get insurance. They were not only leaving the state, we were in danger of really not being able to take care of people. It was an amazing crisis. Came in here on a special session to fix it. It may have been a couple of special sessions. I don't really remember, but it was a long process. It was a difficult time for our state. But two things happened in that session. Two things happened. One is, yes, Physician Mutuals was set up, and yes, the state did invest some money in it. But the other thing that happened is this body, the people sitting in these chairs at this time, they changed a lot of laws, a lot of statutes to allow that type of insurance to be profitable. And the money, again, was a bridge so that in a few years, after the Supreme Court upheld those laws, the private market could come back, and the private market did come back. We're not changing any laws to make this type of insurance or this type of bonding more solvent, more profitable. We're just saying that we can do it better than the people out of state. We can do it better than the private sector. Now, I've also heard folks say this is like Brick Street, like in COVA, and that's not true. The state of West Virginia, for many years, was in the workers' comp business, and they were losing money so fast, they couldn't count it. It was an amazing crisis, and not only was the state losing money on this piece of business, our rates that employers pay were an absolutely amazing amount, highest in the nation. Two problems. Even with charging the highest rates, we still couldn't make money at it. That's what happens when government runs private things private businesses should be doing. But what happened when that special session happened? I think there's multiple special sessions. They had a couple times to try to get it across and finally did get it across. But two things happened. The state of West Virginia invested money to set up a private company. In this body, people sitting in these seats at the time, they changed a lot of laws to make that private business solvent going on to the future. That's not what we're doing here today. We're just saying we're going to put this money in this private sector, in this private business, and we're going to point these people, and notice in how it's designated, it's very narrow as to who can be on this board, but these 5 people are smarter than the private sector without changing one law. I don't understand how that can happen. I don't understand how this can work. And that's not saying that people are not well-founded and they haven't done a lot of work to try to put this together, but sometimes you just need to stop and study. Sometimes you need to stop and think. I believe this is one of these times. Now, we all know, that government is about setting priorities. And just setting priorities with limited resources. We have limited resources. Even though our state has a wonderful budget right now and a lot of surpluses, we all know, particularly old folks like me, this is not going to last. This is gravy time. But we also know that everybody in this body, we have a different set of ideas of how to spend the money, or whether to take more money from the taxpayers or take less money from the taxpayers. But we know we can only spend it once. Once this $50 million is out the door, it's out the door. Sometimes we even argue about whether or not we should close down a program or expand a program. And we run on these things, and we talk about it when we meet our constituents about why we're running, what we're doing. But I don't know of any of us in this body that went out and said, hey, I'm going to go to the House of Delegates, and I'm going to start a business that the private sector is currently doing. I don't think anybody did that, but that's what we're doing here this morning. I'll close with this. One of my favorite governors, probably the one person I wish had ran for president, is former Governor Mitch Daniels of the state of Indiana. Kind of a common sense Midwestern. He had this test that he always used when he looked to see what the state of Indiana was doing. He called it the Yellow Pages test. And his test was, if you could find it in the Yellow Pages, if somebody was doing it, the state of Indiana shouldn't have to do it. Folks, this is in the Yellow Pages. We shouldn't have to do it. I urge rejection. Thanks for your time.
The gentleman from the 64th, Douglas Householder, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, a good debate today. There's been a lot of questions. Is this needed? We just heard the gentleman from the 25th asking, are we changing laws and how can we do it better than the private sector? Well, this is the private sector, a privately owned business. Now, there's been a lot of mention about the 21 legislative audit report regarding special reclamation funds, and there's 11 findings if anybody chooses to read that report, and a majority of these issues are directed towards and had been addressed by DEP. But one of those issues, and this is for my good friend from the 35th, one of these issues addresses the concentration of risk with a limited number of surety providers. Now, Senate Bill 1 is the legislature's response to issue of the concentration of risk. There are currently 5 insurers that carry 91% of the mining and reclamation bond liability in this state. 5 of them carry 91%. Of the one insured is specifically identified as of having 67% of the risk. And that same out-of-state insurer with 67% of the risk holds bonds on most permits that have been through bankruptcy within the past 5 years. So plainly stated, there is not enough private bonding capacity available to the coal industry today to facilitate a meaningful shift of liability from any one provider. In this report, it goes on to say, and this is very crucial, I want you to hear this, West Virginia's coal mining reclamation program will continue to require hundreds of millions of dollars to reclaim permit sites. If the current funding sources for the program were to prove insufficient to meet the demands of reclamation, the resulting additional financial obligations could prove to be detrimental to the state's budget. Does it cost less to be proactive than reactive? The answer is yes. Vote green.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 61 ayes, 36 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 1, creating Mining Mutual Insurance Company.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 73 ayes, 24 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 10, relating to WVU Rifle Team Electronic Application Donation Program.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 51st, Douglas Statler, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would amend the provisions of West Virginia Code requiring electronic applications for hunting and fishing license have an opportunity to make a voluntarily donation to the WVU Rifle Team. The bill creates a special revenue fund, and any monies in the fund will be paid out at least annually by the Director of the Division of Natural Resources to the WVU Rifle Team account. The Division of Natural Resources may deduct up to 5% of the donations as an administrative fee. The bill will also require reporting on the fund annually to the Joint Committee of Government and Finance. The committee reported an amendment to the bill that made non-substantive technical cleanup and clarifying corrections. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Question for the House, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 36, Douglas Rose, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill, and it's nice to be able to vote in favor of WVU on a bill. Thank you.
Lady from 51st, Douglas Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill too, and I think we should all feel good about having a team that has won a national championship over and over and over and over and over. It's something that everyone in the state should be really happy about. But in this body in particular, we should be happy because we put in the money that was approved by the Senate ultimately, that restored the rifle team and took it out of club status and put it into official team status. So we should all feel good, and this is another way to make sure that the rifle team survives after we're here. So I'm a yes.
Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman from 51st, Douglas Statler, wish to close debate on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to be fast on this. The rifle team is the most successful program in the United States. It's been around just a little bit longer than I. It's been here for 72 seasons. The team has won 19 NCAA national team championships and 28 individual NCAA championships and produced 65 National Association All-Americans and 34 Olympians. Let's pass this bill and show the team how much we support the Mountaineers.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 10 relating to WVU Rifle Team Electronic Application Donation Program.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 205, expanding PEIA Finance Board membership.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the 18th Delegate Worrell seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent to return to the second order of business for the purpose of an introduction.
Okay, are there objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman may proceed.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the members of the body. Today I have some very special guests with me today. My 3-year-old Eleanor, my 8-year-old Charlotte, my 6-year-old Jack, my 1-year-old Henry, and the super glue that holds us all together, my beautiful wife Jennifer, who is 18 weeks pregnant today. Would the House please make them welcome?
The lady from the 51st Delegate Walker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it okay that I do an introduction?
Yes, it is. We're on that order of business.
Thank you. In the South Gallery, I would like to introduce once back to the chambers again, Karen Williams and also her staff from PAC. Will the House please make them welcome?
Are there further introductions? Gentleman from the 51st Delegate Statler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my wife who just entered the gallery, the North Gallery. Louisa, will she please stand and the House make her welcome?
Are there further introductions? Okay, if not, the clerk has reported committee substitute for Senate Bill 205. Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 29th Delegate Steele to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to expand membership of the PEIA Finance Board by adding 2 appointed members. The first member will represent the interests of a hospital, and the second would represent the interests of a non-hospital health care provider. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 43rd Delegate Thompson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So the purpose of this bill is we're adding 2 members. So it goes from, is it 6 to 8 or 8 to 10?
8 to 10.
8 to 10. Okay. And do we know the last time the PEIA board, the finance board, met?
I'm unaware of the answer to that question.
Okay. Maybe the chairman of education? No? Maybe the vice chair of education? No? Okay. No, so we don't, no one knows when the last time the PEIA Finance Board met. All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate you yielding. That was all I had. You know, I'm all about bringing people to the table, and especially I think it's a wise idea to have interests of, you know, hospitals and also independent non-hospital care providers. That's a smart decision. I think it's a good idea. I also think it would be a great idea if the PEIA Finance Board met, because I know the answer. It's been a very, very long time, and we've been kicking this can down the road for a while now, and I think we should have an amendment in here or something that they should actually meet. But I do support the bill, but just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Gentleman 16th, Delegate Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me Google that for you. It appears that the PEIA Finance Board met Thursday, December 16th, 2021. I have approved minutes from September 23rd, 2021, June 17th, March 25th, and so forth. Looks like they meet quarterly, based upon my reading here straight from their website, and their minutes are available. That being said, Mr. Speaker, this sounds like the fox guarding the hen house, and I urge rejection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman at 29th wish to close debate on the bill?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. It's not in this specific bill, but from what I understand, the Finance Board is directed to meet quarterly. I would urge support of the bill. You know, looking at the different interests that are represented here, the folks that are actually bound to take this money are bound to give us the care and give our state employees the care that plan is supposed to give, don't have a voice, and frankly are really put in a position of providing needed services under a contract with the state at prices that they simply cannot afford. I think it's going to help the board make better decisions about how to fund PEIA. It's going to help us make better decisions about how to fund PEIA, what rates need to be paid, and having those individuals that are subject to that on the board and have a voice. And if you look, it's going to be 2 voices out of 10. It's not like, you know, private industry is going to be able to, you know, just overrun the board and the other interests that are represented on that, but it certainly gives them a platform and an opportunity to at least make their concerns known, and overall I think it will improve our PEIA program, so I'd urge adoption.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 89 ayes, 2 nays, and 9 members absent. 89 ayes, 2 nays, and 9 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 205, expanding PEIA Finance Board membership.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 228, providing tuition and fee waivers at state higher education institutions for volunteers who have completed service in AmeriCorps programs in West Virginia.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 10th, Dr. Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would create a new section of code to require the governing boards of each university and community and technical college to make provisions for their respective institutions to award tuition and fee waivers for undergraduate and graduate courses in the 2022 fall semester to any student who has completed service in an AmeriCorps state, national, Vista, or Senior Corps program in West Virginia. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 92 ayes, 0 nays, and 8 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 228, providing tuition and fee waivers at state higher education institutions for volunteers who have completed service in AmeriCorps programs in West Virginia.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 230, relating generally to public employees' grievance procedure.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill clarifies that actions taken by an employer related to declared states of preparedness or states of emergency and matters relating to protected classes under the West Virginia Human Rights Act may not be grieved. It exempts the Division of Personnel as a party to grievances involving Department of Transportation employees, requires that each grievant, if there are more than one party, to provide a signed grievance and provides that a grievance failure to sign the grievance will result in dismissal without prejudice. However, if originally filed timely, the grievant may properly refile within 5 days of receipt of the order of dismissal. It provides that time limits shall be extended for cause when requested by a party. It requires a grievant representative to provide the name and work location of each employee being represented. It provides that the grievant or employer may prevail by default in the absence of a required response, and either party may appeal that decision. It sets forth a process for appeal and potential remand of a level 1 finding of untimeliness of the grievant filing. It clarifies that extended back pay may be awarded if the employer acted in either bad faith or fraudulently concealed the facts giving rise to the claim for payback. Clarifies that a grievance may be reinstated by a grievant after it is withdrawn if it would be timely upon reinstatement. Also clarifies that a grievant that it has been dismissed cannot be revived or consolidated with another grievance. It requires the grievant provide the name and contact information for the representative. It requires that a party may assert a motion to, or provides that a party may assert a motion to dismiss, and requires the resolution of motions to dismiss before further proceedings can take place. It amends the section allowing a chief administrator to conduct a level 1 hearing or conference within 20 days of receipt of the grievance, and requires an administrative law judge to schedule a level 3 hearing within 30 days of receipt of the appeal, which may be rescheduled for good cause shown. It permits an award of attorney's fees and costs by an ALJ to a prevailing party at level 3 up to $1,000 upon a finding that there was no factual or legal basis for the grievance or defense, bad faith, or malice by a party. And it makes also technical corrections. Mr. Speaker, I would remind the body we did adopt an amendment yesterday which clarifies that the $1,000 that relates to fees and costs is a combined cost of those two. That is a summarization of the bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman number 20, Doug Brown, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Friends and colleagues, I'll stand up today and talk why we should not pass this bill. I practice law in this, law in this area somewhat. I've done a few grievances in front of the board. Most of what the chairman discussed is already practiced in that board. But the one thing that he did discuss that's not practiced is the loser pay portion of this bill. So just a little overview, Mr. Speaker, to get the body up to speed on how we got here. This system was created in 1985 by this legislature. It was created with the mission statement of a fair, consistent, and expedient purpose, to resolve disputes between public employees and their employer. So you ask, who falls within this grievance process? It's not all public employees, but when you read the web page of the West Virginia Public Employees Grievance Board, you'll find that the state executive branch, employees of higher public institutions in this state, your county board of education employees have to go through this process. Your county health departments go through this process. The civilian employees of our state police go through this process. All correctional officers, whether uniformed or not, go through this process. And bear in mind, this Public Employee Grievance Board is their sole remedy. They cannot file claims in circuit court for the most part. We put this system in place as a legislature many years ago and forced them to go through it. So let's talk a little bit about what the bill does with regards to the loser pay portion. It limits that amount, arguably, to $1,000 now. But what's $1,000? There's been some discussion by some of my friends in committee here that it's only $1,000. The average household income in Mingo County is $32,000. $1,000 equals nearly 2% of a family's gross income. The average income in Lewis County is $39,000. $1,000 equals nearly 1.5% of their gross income. In Logan County, it's $36,000. Southern West Virginia predominantly falls between the $32,000 and $37,000 a year for a household income. $1,000 equals 1.5% to 2% of their household income. So what does this do, Mr. Speaker? It has a chilling effect on our constituents and the people we represent from bringing legitimate grievances in front of this board. Imagine that you work for these public employees entities, and let's say your grievance resolves around $200. Are you going to now risk trying to recover $200 that may be lawfully owed to you with the fear of having to pay $1,000 if you lose? Probably not. Now, the chairman accurately recited the 3 instances in which the $1,000 can be awarded to the prevailing party. The ALJ, the administrative law judge, has to find that, 1, there is no basis in law and fact, that it was brought in essentially bad faith, or it was brought for some undue purpose like harassment or delay. So what is no basis in law and fact? What does that really mean? Sometimes facts are undisputed, but if I bring a claim forward and I get ruled against, is that essentially telling me there's no basis in law for your claim? Am I then subjected to $1,000? Arguably, under this bill, you would be. I'll also tell you the state employs their lawyers on a salary basis. The state is out no more money, regardless of what happens in this Public Employee Grievance Board hearing. Whether there's a grievance or there's not, the state's cost remains the same. Essentially, with this bill, you're subsidizing the state. You're telling your constituents, don't bring a grievance. You might have to pay if you lose, and you're going to pay the state back essentially for bringing your grievance. I'll remind the people on the Judiciary Committee that this bill was presented last year and we voted it down almost unanimously. It passed the committee this year on a 12-11 vote. I think it's bad policy. We're punishing our constituents, our friends, and we're telling them now there's a possibility you may have to pay if you lose in the system we created and force you to participate in. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask you to vote down the bill.
Question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Our gentleman from the first, Doug McGee, is recognized.
Yeah, thanks. Will the chair yield, please?
Yes.
I'm looking at page 4 of the bill under actions taken by the employer related to a declaration of emergency. That doesn't qualify for an employee being able to file a grievance if the grievance is related to the state of emergency. Is that how you read it? Or is it just a grievance cannot be filed?
It wouldn't be a grievable event if it fell under that category.
So if there's a declaration of emergency in place, are no grievances allowed, or does the grievance have to be related to some sort of action the employer took in accordance with the...
It has to be related to the emergency.
Okay, so if I'm employed by the state and, you know, the almighty monarch over here declares that you can't leave your house under threat of arrest by the police under declaration of emergency, I can't file a grievance because of lost pay.
In that particular case, I don't think it would apply because that's not an action taken by the employer related to the emergency. It would have to be an action of the employer. It couldn't be an action that the government took, which resulted in the employee being prevented from doing something. In your case, perhaps what could happen is if an employer actively did something maybe in response to a government emergency, maybe that would be a situation, but not if it was just as a result of government action. It has to be a result of the employer's action.
But the head of the government agency I might work for is just an intermediary relaying the chief executive's orders.
The way that I read the bill, the way that I read the bill, it has to be the employer. So, I guess technically you could make the case that the government is the employer of any, person that's paid through a government entity, but.
Okay, thanks.
Gentleman 29th, Doug Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's something that I would like to give you a story here about a group of state employees that had a grievance. It was in the 70s. There was a group of correctional officers. I think we remember the Attica prison riots, right? There was a lot of grievance coming from the correctional officers that dealt with that and the administration, to the point that there were some strikes involving correctional officers in New York went on strike because of the conditions they were living under. What the state did is move the National Guard in and had the National Guard watch that prison. The thing was, part of what those employees got was housing. So those employees who were prison guards, they actually had what we would call base housing, if you would, and them and their families lived in little houses that were right around Attica. The governor ordered those people removed from their homes and had the National Guard move into their homes because they were the ones watching the prison. So this group of employees got together and they started complaining, and they brought a case into circuit court, I believe first, challenging the action of the governor on Third Amendment grounds. There's only a couple times the Third Amendment's ever been brought up in our legal history. And the case, I'll get it right here, is Ingblom v. Carey. Ingblom v. Carey. And these folks brought an action at first and were turned down. If they had this system and they were arguing in federal court, those employees would have owed a whole lot of money for coming and complaining about their Third Amendment rights being violated. Now, your Third Amendment is the right to not have the government quarter troops in your home during peacetime. It's a strange one to bring up. But these folks appealed from the circuit court and went to the federal appellate circuit and finally got it overturned. And they got it overturned. If loser pays was in place during that grievance process, would those folks been able to afford to appeal to the Second Circuit and move on? Because we're not talking about, a couple $1,000. We're talking about something that was huge. It probably cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees to do that. Now, I understand that there's limitations in here and stuff like this, but think about that. Do we really want to have our state employees possibly be in a situation where their fundamental rights have been violated and someone make an errant decision and all of a sudden they owe money? Gentleman from Mingo mentioned the meager wages that a lot of folks have. We've had a lot of discussion about that this session. I think that this might be the wrong way or the wrong time to introduce this in here. Because we have seen case history where government actions against some of their own employees have been found to be unconstitutional, just like in Ingblom v. Carey. So I'd urge rejection.
Gentleman to 58th, Doug Miller is recognized.
Would the chair yield? Thank you,
yes,
Mr. Speaker. Got a question. Would the school service personnel or a school teacher, would their lawyers get involved in this? Could they get involved in this also?
Yeah, they do oftentimes, actually.
Okay. Well, they pay dues, so why would they be charged another $1,000?
Well, they would just be responsible. Well, first off, the ALJ would have to make a finding. If the outcome was contrary to that of what the grievant desired, obviously, and the administrative law judge made a finding that the 3 facts, or one of the three situations applied that the gentleman from the 20th laid out, then the ALJ, in their discretion, if one of those three applied, the up to $1,000 would have to be reimbursed for the process. It doesn't matter where the $1,000 comes from.
Could they recoup the money from the board?
Could who?
The employee, if they should win?
They could appeal the ruling in a normal court of law and recoup it if they were successful.
Okay, thank you. Can I speak on the bill, sir?
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
It seems to me like this is going in a big circle. If you have counsel to begin with, why would you have to pay for somebody else's counsel then, if you should lose? I don't like this. It doesn't seem real clear. And I'm going to vote against it. I'm going to protect my people within the school system. There's something wrong here, and it just doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right to me, so I'm going to vote no. I urge everybody else to also. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? The gentleman from 15th, Douglas Foster, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems like a lot of people are confused about the loser pays in this bill. And it's simple. If you don't want to have to pay somebody else's attorney fees, you just don't bring a case, an unfounded case with malice. And the attorney fees don't apply. It's not $1,000 like the gentleman suggested earlier. It's only the actual cost of the attorney fees. That does not apply. And then the gentleman next to me has talked about the circuit court. Well, this bill is just a grievance procedure, has nothing to do with the circuit court, and nothing to do with taking a $10,000 cost of the circuit court. It's actual cost of attorney's fees and a grievance procedure. And that's what this loser pays applies to. So I would urge adoption of this.
The lady from 51st, Douglas Fleshauer, is recognized.
Speaker, I'd like to respond a little bit to the gentleman's previous remarks. Our system, what we call the American system, is not that the loser pays attorney's fees. And in this case, the state will always have an attorney. The employee will not, unless they win. And that's our system, is if there's a statute that says that you are entitled to attorney's fees if you win, then you get reimbursed for anything you might have spent. And that's what the current statute says. So this is not just a simple, it's fair. If you have a frivolous complaint, then you pay $1,000. Well, first of all, what I think is frivolous and what a boss who thinks they should run the show is frivolous could differ. And for state employees, $1,000 is a lot of money. And one of the things about state employees is they are protected by the Constitution. Our state constitution covers them. They have civil rights because of the Constitution. And so if the employer, the state, violates their civil rights, the reason we have a grievance process is to make sure their rights are protected. So I agree with the gentleman from Mingo. This is not a fair process. This flips things and gives advantage to an employer, and sometimes employers are right and sometimes they're wrong, but we should have a right to bring cases. That's why we have the legal system, is so that we don't shoot each other. You have a right to take cases and grievances. And so I think this is pushing things backwards, and I urge a no vote.
Lady from 38th, Douglas Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find myself going back and forth on this. I don't know whether I should ask the gentleman from Raleigh or the gentleman from Kanawha, but I'm going to start with the gentleman Kanawha, if you wouldn't mind yielding. Thank you. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm trying to figure out in my own head. So it's It's an award of fees, but it's up to $1,000, right?
Cannot be, it's the actual costs. So if the actual costs are less than $1,000, it would be whatever that is. But it cannot exceed $1,000.
Okay, right.
And it has to be in one of those three cases where there's no factual basis, where there's bad faith, or where there was malice.
I'm
Oh,
glad
sorry,
you
malice. Malice is illegal. Is that where you were going?
No, go ahead. I'm glad you brought that up because that is where I was going next. So it's upon a finding. So if an employee brought a grievance and the finding was that there was no factual basis for the lawsuit, so no factual or legal basis. So what I'm trying to figure out here is, so would a case in which an employee, let's just say that they were unreasonably disgruntled, and they made something up and sued or filed a grievance, then that would be a finding of no factual basis. Is that right?
Yes, but even in that case, it's still not necessarily an award. It's still the option of the ALJ.
Okay, but that's one that could qualify for his discretionary.
Yes.
Okay, so the part that gives me some heartburn is upon a finding that there was no legal basis for the grievance. So I'm not a lawyer. A lot of our public employees are not lawyers. What if they felt that they had a case that deserved to have file a grievance, but it turned out that because of some legal, there's no legal basis for it.
Yeah. So just like any judge, they would view the totality of the circumstance. So they would look at who was making the filing. Did the grievant have counsel? If the grievant didn't have counsel, would the grievant have known what the legal basis was? So if it wasn't offered to the hearing board or whatever level they were on, if it wasn't offered in a manner consistent with the actual person that's doing the filing, I think that the legal basis can depend on a lot of things. Now, if it was a sophisticated attorney, perhaps if there was representation and there was no legal basis, that would take that into account.
But there's nothing requiring that the administrative law judge take that into. If he chose to say, well, no, that's whatever this legal loophole is, I'm going to make you pay. Well, could that happen?
That's why it's discretionary.
Okay. So I think it's my last question. Bad faith. Can you help me understand what, upon a finding of bad faith, what does that mean?
So bad faith wouldn't quite be malice, okay?
The malice part, I think I understand. Like if someone has a grudge against someone and it's clear. Malice, that part, I think I get. I just don't understand how that's different from bad faith.
So on the good faith, bad faith, it's what a reasonable person would do in similar circumstances with similar facts existing at the time. What would the reasonable person? And so it's more of a standard that they apply. So bad faith would be that there was bad intent formulated on the grievance part.
But maybe it just doesn't rise to the level of malice?
Malice is like an actual sort of put it in, I'll try to just, a deviant kind of mindset.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
The question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman to 15th, Douglas Foster is recognized.
Just a quick question of the Judiciary Chair. On this loser pays portion of the bill that we've been talking about, it says that basically the administrative law judge makes a decision, correct? Mm-hmm. And it says, finds that the opposing party presented a grievance or defense.
Correct.
So let's say somebody presented a grievance and said, hey, I've been aggrieved, and the defense was brought not in good faith, or was brought with malice or with wrong purpose, they could get an additional award of attorney's fees. The aggrieved could, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. The
So it goes
aggrieved
both ways.
person, yeah, it's not just for the grievant who would be subject to the award. It would be the other side as well.
So it's punishing a bad actor no matter how it's done.
It's punishing bad actions despite which side of the V you're on.
All right, thank you.
The gentleman to 36, Doggett Pritt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've gotten a little off track on what this bill is really all about. If you look at this bill, I think it really comes down to one fundamental question: whether we want to encourage or discourage people from making legitimate complaints whenever they have been aggrieved by their employer, in particular the state. The state has a lot of authority. They have a lot of power. And to the extent that we're discouraging people from speaking up, and that's really what we're doing here, we are discouraging folks who believe they've been aggrieved from speaking up. And I think the most critical part of this is the part that says a person allegedly lacked any basis in law or fact. As the gentleman from Mingo, I think, suggested, that's really, in a lot of respects, in the eye of the beholder. And we need to have a strong public policy that we are encouraging people to speak up when they believe they've been aggrieved. So I would urge that everyone reject this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman at 20, Doggett Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one day left here, so I thought I'd talk twice, so if you'll bear with me just a second. So there's been a couple of questions here that, and thankfully I have some practical knowledge about this because I do it. I think the gentlelady, maybe from the 38th, I was trying to look at her plate there, brought up a question: what is bad faith? What is bad faith? If I run a red light and T-bone you, but I thought the light was green, am I not negligent because I, in good faith, thought the light was green? Of course not. It doesn't matter if I, in good faith or bad faith, thought that what that color of light was, I'm liable. And so we would go to a finder of fact and we would argue those things, but here you got to keep in mind that the finder of fact is the state. It's the administrative law judge who's employed by the state. That state employee is going to determine whether you've got to pay the state back. So I think that's another reason you should vote this down. And we've talked a lot about paying fees, so if you've not been involved in this system, I'll let you know it's not the lawyer that's got to pay the $1,000 back, the thousands of dollars back to the state. It's the litigant. It's your constituents. If they bring a grievance and they're found to have violated one of those three sections, it's not me or the delegate from the 17th or any other lawyer here paying the state back. It would be your constituent. Again, this is just a chilling effect. It's going to discourage grievances in a system that we created, and you should reject the bill.
The gentleman at 28, Doggett Maynor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair of judiciary yield for one more question? Are there currently in code any guardrails or safeguards or repercussions for folks that bring a grievance in bad faith, with malice, or wrongful purpose? No. So we're setting up criteria in law that would, put some guardrails on the system that we currently have. Well, is that a fair analysis? I think that's one way to put it. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? If not, does the chairman wish, or does the gentleman from 35th wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 39 ayes, 61 nays, and 0 members absent. Less than a majority in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill lost. Clerk will please report the next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 231 relating generally to broadband connectivity.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent to postpone action one day on committee substitute for Senate Bill 231. Are there objections? There are no objections. Action will be postponed by one day on committee substitute for Senate Bill 231. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House stand in recess until 3 p.m.
The question is on the motion that subject to announcements, the House stand in recess until 3 o'clock. Are there announcements? Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Rules will meet at 2:45 behind the chamber.
Gentleman 16th, Douglas Mant. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted everybody to know, and I've been asked all session, where are the Stewart's hot dogs? We will have them here today at between 3 and 3:30, and that'll get us into the evening and so forth. They'll be in the hallway, the north hallway, right outside of our Pro Tempore, or Speaker Tempore's office. So there'll be 3 ovens, and just wanted everybody to know that you're free to have them, except for y'all over here on the left. I'm just kidding. You know that. I'm just kidding. So, you know, you all can get as many as you want and enjoy. Thank you.
Lady in the 48th, Doug Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask for unanimous consent to return to a second order of business?
We are on announcements. That would be in order.
Thank you. Up in the gallery above is my husband of 32 years, and he's been keeping me laughing for about 34, so thank you.
The lady from the 13th, Doug Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery behind us, I have my good friends, Aaron and Jeannie Mills. If they would stand up and if the House could make them welcome, I would appreciate it.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand in recess until 3 o'clock. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess until 3 o'clock.
Strong requirements from our Secretary of State on public reporting of all that, how every penny is raised and expended in all these organizations. And in my opinion, having the state Democratic Party or the state Republican Party or the state Democratic Senatorial Committee or the state Republican Senatorial Committee being involved in elections is far preferable to rogue organizations like Mountain State Values that spend in the dark. I urge passage of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 23 yeas, 11 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4433, providing that retirement benefits are not subject to execution. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4433 would amend our state code by adding to it one new section. It's all new code. It goes in Chapter 8, Article 22, and it would be designated as Section 25B. Chapter 8 is the Municipal Code. Article 22 is the article that relates to retirement benefits. And the purpose of this bill is to provide protection for the retirement benefits, Mr. President, pension benefits, for the beneficiaries in those pensions from any execution, attachment, garnishment, the operation of any bankruptcy or insolvency laws, or other process or assignment, with the single exception of domestic relation orders. They are subject to division if a court orders it in a domestic relations case, a divorce case. But it would provide, Mr. President, the same protections for our municipal firefighters, pensioners, and police pensioners as are provided in other retirement plans. Be happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk to prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative. I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4488, relating to coal mining and changing fees for permitting actions. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill increases certain defined fees for permitting actions and establishes and defines certain new fees for permitting actions related to surface coal mining operations. The increased fees and new fees will generate revenue of $4.3 million annually. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there discussion? Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill. Believe it or not, this is an industry that came to us asking us to raise their permitting fees instead of trying to get out of paying permitting fees, because they did not want the federal government to step in and take over inspecting and issuing permitting fees. So I urge a strong yes on this.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4492, creating the Division of Multimodal Transportation. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th. Oh, excuse me, Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4492 is a governor's bill that combines the Aeronautics Commission, State Rail Authority, Port Authority, and the Division of Public Transit into one agency within the Department of Transportation, with the Secretary of Transportation serving as the Chief Operating Officer. The intent is to streamline the execution and implementation of the state's multimodal goals. The bill does not create any new funds or expand the powers of any entities making up the multimodal agency. Employees of those entities will transfer into the new agency, and Mr. President, those positions will continue. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those who vote nay, the clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective for passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage bill be used to make it so effective. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective for passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess until 2:15 p.m. I have one announcement.
Proceed.
Your Joint Committee on Government and Finance will meet in the 408 at 4:51 m at 2 p.m.
Are there further announcements? Senator from Ohio, what purpose?
By way of announcement, I'd like to introduce some people in the South Gallery. We have Karen Williams. Unanimous consent to turn to the second order of business. Thank you.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Ohio.
I'd like to introduce some people in the South Gallery with Project Director Fighting for Health Disparities, Karen Williams, and Lauren Hill and Chanel Collins, the community health workers from Partnership of African American Churches. Would y'all give them a welcome?
Are there further introductions? Back to miscellaneous business. Are there announcements? If not, Senior Senator 17th moves that we recess until 2:15 p.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're in recess till 2:15.